Pagi pada kita tunggu Prof. Adel dulu ya pada untuk gabung. Pagi Prof. Apa sudah bisa kita mulai Pak Dase dan Prof Adel?
Oke, itu kenapa suara Mbak Dini apa?
Iya mendengung Prof.
Kayak di planet.
Berdengung dia.
Iya.
Ya.
Aku ganti background dulu. Hmm. Ini ikut urutan nggak ya?
Harusnya sih ikut urutan, Prof, tapi tadi ada beberapa yang minta izin katanya untuk dipindah terakhir sih.
Hmm.
Untuk yang peserta atas nama Mainita,
Hmm.
seharusnya ketiga, cuman dia katanya berhalangan, bisanya
Hmm.
dipindah terakhir tuh.
Hmm.
Tapi semoga ada di Zoom semua biar bisa on schedule ya, Prof.
Iya, nunggu. Hmm.
Oh, good. Apaan sih?
Pada saya serius amat. Udah jadi pejabat,
Kemarin audit dadakan.
makanya kok bisa ya?
Iya, aneh gak diinfoin.
Tapi bagus ya.
Janjinya ada 10 sampai 15 menit.
Hmm.
Ini pendanaan prime step itu loh.
Terus,
Bukan yang Bima, Bu.
oh gitu, iya. Jadi kemana ke LPPM?
Enggak secara online, langsung di ini.
Hmm. Ya, moga-moga bagus ya.
Belum tahu. Mudah-mudahan. Itu
Iya.
katanya ada apa beberapa dari Kemenhaj pendanaannya.
Oh, wah,
Kata saya bisa ya lintas kementerian gitu. Tapi ya sudah,
sekarang
ikut
banyak
deh.
tempat.
Oke,
Hmm.
bisa kita mulai ya, pada saya, Prof.
Boleh, Mbak.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, the Honorable Presidents of IYSA, Mr. Denny Irawan, respected reviewers, and all participants of the International Research Conference. First of all, let us express our gratitude to God Almighty as we are able to gather here today in good health to take part in this international research conference. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Dini Juniarsi, and I will be your moderator for today's session. This conference serves as an important platform for all of us to share ideas, research findings, and innovations that are expected to create meaningful impacts on the development of science and society. Therefore, let us participate in the sessions with enthusiasm, openness, and mutual respect. Before we begin, I would like to introduce our expert reviewers who will be providing evaluations and constructive feedback during these sessions. Their profiles will be displayed on the screens. Committee, you can please share the screen. Okay, first we have Dr. Ingdasa Hunevi, STP and Food, as the head of the Food Technology Program at IPB University and the IYSA expert team. Yeah. And here are the several journals that has been published by Dr. Indas. First is sensory profiling of commercial sweet crackers using checks all that apply and just about night method on the 2025, and then on the 2023 there are sensory mapping of UHT milk with single origin chocolate, and then on the 2022 there are consumer preference of food pairing tea and sensory approach. The second reviewers is Professor Dr. Sri Adelia Sari, SPD MSE, as a professor of analytical chemistry at University Negeri Medan and IYXA as pertain. And here are several books that already been published by Professor Adelila. First is Statistika, and then second is Limbah Jagung. The third is Forensic Sidik Jari, Latent Teori Praktik dan Inovasi Ramah Lingkungan. The fourth is Assessment Mesfro Kimia untuk SMA, MA, XI, F, fase F. Kemudian ada MSI Kimia untuk SMA, MA, XX, fase F. We sincerely appreciate the time and willingness to share valuable insight with all participants. For the session's format, each participant will have 7 minutes for their presentations, followed by 5 minutes of feedback from the IYXA reviewers. We kindly ask all participants to adhere to the allocated time to ensure the session runs smoothly and on schedule. And if you are ready to go to the next sessions, okay, for the next session is a presentation from our ever first presenter is Bagus Adi Putra Pranata from State Senior High School 10 Surabaya. Is Mr. Bagus ready to present the presentations? Okay, for Mr. Bagus is not yet in the Zoom meeting with us. Maybe we can wait for him for 5 minutes. If there's still no Mr. Bagus, we can skip to the next participants. Okay, we are sorry. We just got a confirmation from Mr. Bagus Adi that he couldn't attend this conference. Maybe we can skip to the next presenter. Without further ado, we'll begin our first presentation sessions. We'd like to invite our first participant to start their presentations. Mr. Jonathan Diji from Regina Pacis Bogor Senior High School. Yes.
Hello. Am I audible?
Are you ready to give the presentations now?
Yes. Should I share screen now?
Okay, wait. Before the presentations, let me remind you again that you have 7 minutes for presentations and 5 minutes for feedbacks from our reviewers. You can start the presentation now.
Thank you very much. All right. Good morning, fellow judges, fellow participants, and also the admirable AYSA members. Now, before I start this presentation, I would like to ask one question to all of you. What do even students need recently when they're feeling stressed? They're feeling down a lot of the time. Is it more expectations? Or is it more stress, more pressure? What do they actually need? Or maybe they just need someone to actually understand them. Well, that is the point of my presentation for today and also for my research, which is the relationship between the parental involvement and the students' mental health and well-being at Regina Pacis Senior High School. My name is Jonathan G, and I am from Regina Pacis Senior High School. Now, in this research, I noticed one thing, one important detail, which actually became my slogan as well, which is strong minds start from supportive homes. Now, let's get started, shall we? Now, my flow of content for today starts at the background, which is included with the problem formulation and the research objectives. Next is the methodology, result and discussion, conclusion, recommendation, and last but not least, my references. Now, for the background, in recent years, students have faced a lot of stress and tension within themselves, starting from deadlines, exams, and with the most recent of the tes kemampuan academic, which actually builds pressure within them. But don't worry, students have a family environment which actually helps them to shape their mental health and well-being. How in the last theories and the last journals that have been researched and done, a lot of the time it is true that actually families with the supporting environment actually helps the student to become much more stable mentally. However, most of the time they tend to be much more in the Western countries and they generalize the impact. But so in this case, I made a difference, which is I reset it in Indonesia, which is in the Regina Pacis Senior High School, and I made it into 3 categories. Next, for my problem formulation, it's actually what is the parental involvement in the academic and social life of students in Regina Pacis Senior High School Bogor, and what is actually the relationship between the parental involvement and also the mental health and well-being of students at what students' mental health well-being at Regina Pacis Senior High School Bogor, and what is the relationship that parents do when the mental have the impact on mental health well-being in Regina Pacis Bogor. Now, the research objective that I do is actually the analysis of the level of parental involvement in the academic and social lives of students at Regina Pacis Senior High School Bogor. Second, to explain the relationship between the parental and involvement of students in mental health well-being, and to determine the impact of parents on the mental health well-being of their children at students, which is students at Regina Pacis Senior High School, Bogor. Now, the methodology that I use is actually design, which is the quantitative correlation design. Now, I use 30 samples of 30 students from grade 10 to 12 with the convenience sampling or the probability sampling. Now, the variables of the independent variables are the parental involvement, which I divided into 3, which is the controlling parental involvement, parental participation with homework, and supporting parental involvement, which I shorten become CPI, PPHW, PPWH, and the SPI. Now, the instruments that I use is actually the Google Form Questionnaire, the 5-point Likert scale, which is adapted from the PSLS of Rogers from 2013, with the analysis of SPSS version 25, with the percent correlation and multiple regression test, which is the t-test, f-test, and the R-square. Next, these are the results. Now, let's start with the percent correlation. So overall, in the percent correlation, it is stated that the regression statistically is 0.621, which is actually if we turn it into a percent correlation, which is R square, it is actually 0.57%, which is variable explained. Now, this is actually a very good amount of there's a correlation between the mental health of the students and also with the parents as well. Now, let's start with the correlating parental involvement. Now, with the average of 25 points until 35 points, the controlling parental involvement, or CPI, is actually moderate regarding of the amount of the scores. Now, controlling parental involvement has positive and negative ways. In the positive way, parents are able to see and the progress of the students at Regina Pacis Senior High School Bogor. But most of the time, the CPI tends to be more excessive, which creates stress and also undescribable pressure towards the students. Now, Second, we have the parental participation with homework, or PPWH, now, which has the average score of 1.83 until 2.43, which is quite low. Because the students state in the regarding of the Likert scales, they stated that most of the time, the parents tend to be much more busy, and they think that they should be independent enough to deal with their own homework. Now, however, with the highest rate of the supporting parental involvement, or SPI, have the average of 2.80 until 3.63, which is the highest ever seen between the all three categories. This means that the parental in Regina Pacis Senior High School Bogor often supports their children regarding of the academic life and the social life of their students, which is a positive thing because they tend to be more cared and loved. So in conclusion, the parental involvement has a significant improvement in students' health, mental health, well-being, with the regression of 0.621 and the R square, or the Pearson correlation, of 57%. With the support parental involvement being the largest, emotional support is more effective than pressure. However, hard control may be increased stress, and homework involvement is relatively low towards from the parents towards the students. The recommendation towards this research is which is the small sample size, only by 30 respondents. It is also a base self-reported questionnaire data and conducted only in one school, which is limiting broader generalization. Now, these are the journals that I've seen, and I've made sure that it is most of the time are much more relevant. That is all from me. And remember again, strong minds start from supportive homes. I am Jonathan G, and that is all from me. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for your very interesting presentations. Next, we would like to further review to provide the feedback and insight. Maybe we can go from Mr. Dasa first to give the insight and feedbacks.
Okay, thank you very much for the great presentation. So the study, of course, provide meaningful contribution, yeah, by highlighting the importance of parental involvement. Particularly, you mentioned about the SPI, yeah, supportive parental involvement that influence mental health and well-being. So according to the researcher, what kind of specific form and emotional support from parents are perceived by students as the most meaningful or effective?
All right. Most of the
What
time, based
specific
on
form of? Mhm. Yes,
uh,
please.
all right, excuse me. So based on my
Yes.
Google form of Scala Licorice before that I've planted in there, the most highest rate of the scores is actually stated when my mom understands me during my academical difficulty times. So when the student felt difficult during those times, the mother actually understands the student. This is the highest rate that I've had regarding of my study in this case.
So it means that when the students had difficult time, what should the parents do? Just understand, or how?
Every teenager has their own way on regarding of how they want to be treated when they have difficult times. But most of the common ways is by the parents by understanding and listening to them. What is actually the difficulties that they're having, and what can they do, and how can the parents support it? Like maybe, for example, the parents can help by maybe the participation with homework, which I've said, which is relatively quite low. Also, the parents can also help the students by studying together with them and giving them comfort, maybe by giving them favorite food or maybe just some warm drink.
Okay. So one more question to confirm it. The findings suggest that high parental expectation may contribute to academic pressures of the students. So what do you think? What should the parental do about the expectation? Because no matter how, parents have their expectation to the students. So, what should the parents do to their expectation to the students?
All right, regarding of the expectations, of course, parents must have expectations towards the students, which is very normal, 100%. But excessive expectation is actually the one that causes the stress. Having normal expectation levels is actually very normal and very common in the real lives. But however, parents are highly recommended to keep their expectations moderate regarding of something that their child are able to do. Because most of the time, when I studied and we reviewed the cases that I've seen both in journal and also in my own questionnaire, most of the students tend to feel like my parents are forcing me to take certain courses which is not their specialty or not even something they actually enjoy. So the difference between expectations that is in moderate amount and in an excessive amount is actually in the amount of control that the parents have. So in the way the parents should do is actually to realize that their teenagers have the rights to choose their own choices. However, the parents also have the rights to guide the teenagers, but not forcing them.
Okay. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you so much, Mr. Desta, for your insightful feedback. And then we may start to give Prof. Adele to give her feedback and insight.
Yeah, thank you very much, Jonathan. Since your research use only 30 respondents from a single school, right, and rely mainly on self-reported questionnaires, to what extent do you believe your conclusion can be generalized to adolescents from different socio-economic backgrounds, to different cultures or educational system? And what methodology improvement would you prioritize in a future study to strengthen the external validity of your findings?
All right. Regarding of the generalization of my research, it can be found as a references regarding of the amount of data that I've confirmed, even though it's just 30 samples, which is from one single school. However, this school actually has multiple backgrounds, which actually can verify the amount of stress that can happen within students. And actually, I've divided a bit regarding of the correlation between some students that I've seen doing the questionnaire myself, actually. Now, in the future, I was hoping that the findings of my own findings can be developed even more into way more specific areas regarding not just by one school, but also by an area full, like for example, maybe in Kota Bogor or the Bogor city, rather than just Regina Pacis Senior High School.
Okay, thank you very much. I think that's all from me. Good luck for everybody and good luck for you. Bye.
Thank you.
Back to moderator.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much to our reviewers for the valuable and constructive feedback, and also to the participants for the wonderful presentations. After this, we can move to the next participants. It's Mainita Istianti, but the participant has requested permission to present in the last sessions due several reasons. Therefore, we will continue with the next participant according to the presentation's order. We invite Ms. Rilia Iza Afkriana to give presentations. Is Ms. Rilia Iza already in the Zoom meeting?
Miss,
Hello, are you ready to give the presentation now?
yes, I'm ready.
Okay, without further ado, we will begin the presentation sessions. We would like to give you the time. The time will begin when you start the presentation. You have 7 minutes for presentations and 5 minutes for feedbacks from our reviewers. You can start now.
Okay. So sorry, this my screen cannot to share. Okay.
Uh,
Okay. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, the distinguished lecturers and fellow participants. Today, many people are becoming more interested in natural-based antibacterial products that are safer, environmentally friendly, and easily accessible. One plant that has potential in this field is Kitolan Hypobroma longifera, a plant widely found in tropical environments and often considered a wild plant despite its beneficial phytochemical contents. Based on this background, I conducted a study entitled Variation of Ethanol Extract Concentration of Ketone Flowers, Hypobroma longifera, as an antibacterial agent in spray formulation. Researchers focus on the physicochemical compounds contained in ketone flowers extract and its potential application in antibacterial spray formulation, and why was ketone chosen as the primary ingredient. And you know, guys, in the addition to its antibacterial compounds, ketone is used due to its high population as an metabolism, despite having several benefits such as livestock feed and erosion control. Its rapid growth and ability to thrive in various conditions often make it unusable in agriculture fields or plantation. So, what physicochemical compounds are present in the ethanol extract of quinola, icobromyl flowers based on the physicochemical test? So, until ethanol entered extract of titolite flowers, icobromyl was obtained containing alkaloids, flavonoid, saponins, and polyphenol. Ketolate is one of the plants containing flavonoid-like compounds that exhibit antibacterial activity. It can kill or inhibit the growth of bacteria. So, what are the future hopes regarding the development of ketone-based products so that products can maximize the use of ketone in antibacterial products such as hand sanitizer, reduce the dependence, dependence of synthetic antibiotics, and develop natural solutions that are environmentally friendly and easily accessible. For the methods, first preparation of kettle flower simplicia. Second, extraction of simplicia by ethanol. And for the third, formulation of extract spray, pH testing, homogeneity testing, and phytochemical screening test. For the spray formulation, we use for 5 formulation for the first using ethanol at 10% and by alcohol 25 ml, propylene glycol 5 ml, and in fragrance 0.2 and aqueous 50 ml. For the difference of this formulation and in the concentration of the extract concentration of the ethanol that 10%, 20%, 30%, 40%, and 50%. From the 5 formulation that we take based, based on formulation that we find in third formulation. That's in ethanol, which is 30%. For the second table, we find which is for first formulation the color cloudy yellow and yellow murky, and for the second orange yellow cloudy, and for the third formulation the orange cloudy, for the fourth formulation brownish orange, and for the last formulation the color is cloudy brownish. For the smell from homogeneity and pH that same all at is being liquid homogeneous and pH 5. For the next, secondary metabolic compounds that Ketolate is positive flavonoid, alkanoid, saponin, and polyphenol. This reagent is concentrate HCl, Wagner's reagent, Meyer's reagent, Cordes, and first 1% FHCl solution. So the conclusion, the ethanol extract of ketolate flowers, Hippobremer longiflora, L. Dunn, but contains alkaloid, flavonoid, saponins, and polyphenol at pH 5. The product's concentration vary. Formulation 1, 10%, 20%, and F, F3, 30%, formulation 4, 40%, and formulation 5, 50% with absorption decreasing as concentration increase. So the optimal formulation based on homogeneity is found in F3 with an extra concentration of 30%. In addition, the study demonstrated that ketolate can be developed into a practical antibacterial spray formulation and may become a promising natural alternative to super environmentally friendly health products. It's hoped that future research can further optimize the effectiveness, stability, and wider application of ketolate-based antibacterial products. Thank you for your attention and enthusiasm during this presentation. I apologize for any shortcomings in the delivery this material.
Okay, thank you for the very interesting presentations. Next, we would like to for the reviewer to provide the feedback and the insight. We invite Prof. Adele to give the insight and feedback first. For Prof. Adele, the time is yours.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mbak Dini. Hello, Rilia. Your sound is not very good. Doubling, yeah. So we cannot hear clearly. Okay, so I have one question for you. Just now that your study concludes that 30% concentration formulation is the best, yeah, based on homogeneity and absorption properties, right? Okay. Why did the study not include quantitative antibacterial activity tests such as inhibition zone measurement against specific bacteria like Staphylococcus aureus or E. coli to scientifically validate its effectiveness?
Okay, for the microbiology test, we did we do not do that test because we have trying to ALT test that we I found that the bacteria is decreased by using that microbiology test, that is the ALT.
Okay. So I have the suggestion for you, yeah. One suggestion, I think I still have 30 seconds. The formulation aspect is already well developed, yeah, but future research is recommended to include toxicity, irritation, and stability testing, right, to ensure that the spray product is not only effective but also safe and also suitable for long-term use on human skin. Okay, I think that's all from me. Thank you very much. Back to moderator. Bye.
Okay, thank you so much, Prof. Adele, for the beautiful insight. And then next, I would like to give Mr. Desa the time to give the feedback.
Thank you very much. So this is you are using the ketolode, yeah, the with the flower, the white one. So Do you know also that ketolad leaf can be used as well? Why you are using the flower instead of the leaf?
Okay, I use that flower because that flower is like a plant which is seldom using by other researchers. So I try to look the screening phytochemical, and I found that plant there are many screening phytochemicals such as flavonoid, saponins, and alkaloid that effective to can kill or inhibits the antibacterial.
The study concludes that 30% extract formulation was the best, based on the homogeneity and absorption. Based on two, why you are deciding this is the best? Perhaps there is more into indicator of antibacterial because this is used as a hand sanitizer.
Because this formulation based on the formulation because that's the texture and the smell that based on other formulation, and also that the color is better than other.
Okay, so it's not only homogeneity and absorption, but also other factor as well.
Yes, the other factor is the physical, and many people which is interesting, which is the syrup formulation.
Okay, so thank you very much. That's all for me.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for our review, for the constructive feedback, and thank you very much to our participants for the beautiful presentations. Now we go to the next participant. We would like to invite Mr. Muhammad Abdillah Royhan from Airlangga University to give his presentations.
Okay, may I start now?
Okay, you can start now if you're ready. You have 7 minutes for presentations and 5 minutes feedback from our reviewers. If you're ready, the times will start when you start your presentations.
Okay, wait, let me prepare my presentation first. Can you see my screen right now?
Yes.
Okay. Maybe you can start the timer now. Okay. Alright, bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, dear judges and all participants of the national seminar. My name is Royhan from Airlangga University, and I'm here to present safety social media educational study pediatric national study. So I'll start with introduction first. So as what we know, digital transformation has been part of our life in almost of every aspect. And children also are one of the user are in the critical window of their age, because their age is when the brain growth, 80% of them occurs on these ages. On the other hand, Indonesia faces a dual challenge: high stunting rate and a surge in childhood obesity. These are linked to digital lifestyle. Um, so this study aims to evaluate the correlation between excessive digital media exposure and pediatric clinical nutrition status among Indonesian children to formulate evidence-based clinical recommendation for optimizing somatic growth. For the study design, we use multi-center analytical observational study with a cross-sectional approach. And for the population, we target school-age children and adolescents from 5 to 19 years geography, and are the criteria of the population.
Hello, Mr. Royhan.
independent, we use digital media and the yes. Uh, I'm sorry. Is there a problem?
I think your connection is unstable. You can continue your presentations.
All right. I'm sorry. Can you still see my screen for
Yes,
now?
we can see your screen.
All right. Okay. So these are the definite operation, and then these are the tools that we use, and we are conducting research in center Goa, Sidoarjo, Palu, Karawang. Tadi
Hello, Mr. Rohan. Royhan.
of the active chat you.
Yes,
Yes.
I think the internet connections is very unstable.
Oh, I'm sorry. I don't know where to. Um,
Okay, maybe you can continue now.
okay, and then for the this is the unified analysis and then normality test and analysis. This is the and then this is the behavioral outcome. Oh, I'm sorry. The result is not very clear like here because the two this you can see like here there is one region with the most dangerous finding, which is Goa, with very high screen time, very low physical activity, very high addiction, and also excessive calorie intake. And then this is for the nonetheless result, which is some of the patient is undergo the underweight, some of them also stunted, some of them also overweight. We get there numbers here, and what I want to say is you see only and for the and for the design, I want to say this here is there is a national trending of high screen time, 6.8 hours in average, exceeding the WHO recommendation of not more than 2 hours. And also, as what I said before, Goa has the highest prevalence of almost everything. And then from the coexisting of stunting and obesity in the same population come from the digital media exposure as to all these factors. And then for the regional vulnerability itself, in Goa, the result is alarming because in Goa, there are lack of public green spaces and structured recreational facilities. Thus, students who actually needs to go outside, need to be playing outside to stimulate their growth and development, they are forced to compensate only by using gadgets. And then for the addiction, you can see like here that the tools show that there are 100% addiction rate in Bogor and in Malang, which means that this tool is actually quite valid to screening the addiction status. And then for the duration of use versus age for age, you can see right here that they are correlating positive. This is a number that I cannot show you on the presentation before. So what I want to say here that is the correlation is positive, which means that longer the duration of using of the phone correlate to obesity higher. And then of course this is caused by mindless eating and physical activity displacement. And then for like is increase in exposure of the blue light and then growth hormone blunting cause of slow wave sleep because of patient using phone. Usually, they didn't get enough sleep. And then for the correlation from the weight for age is not really indicating. Okay, time's up. Maybe this is the conclusion, and that's reference from me. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rohan, for your very interesting presentations. Next, we would like for the reviewer to provide feedback and insight. We invite Mr. Dase to give the first insight and feedback.
Thank you very much. This is very interesting research topic about the you mentioned that this is becoming double burden malnutrition. Yeah, but actually at the moment it's not only double burden but triple burden. Yeah, so you may understand undernutrition, overnutrition, or obesity, but also micronutrition deficiency. Yeah. So there are triple burden, yeah, in Indonesia occur that quite huge, especially for still undernutrition and micronutrition. So in regard to the especially for the sleep quality, you mentioned that the use of the gadget or the use of digital media or digital gadget becoming lack of sleep quality, and also like how you can justify about this, because sometime when using of for example gadget may help also the sleep quality, like the use of music in gadget or something like that. Can you explain more about this? Is my voice quite clear?
I'm sorry. I just dropped out of the Zoom, but I could quite clear the question actually. I will answer it as far as I heard, and maybe if there is any correction, you can ask it again. So, to validate what actually happens when they is the sleep, does the sleep quality really interfere with the actually with the nutritional status? Well, actually, the study doesn't cover that because we are not correlating the variables actually. But this is only from the questionnaire that we give on one of the items of the of the addiction. There it states that um, one of the question is whether do the patients sleep using phone um, in less than 2 hours before they sleep? That is the question. So based only from the questionnaire tools, I can say that even though I'm not researching the, the quality of sleep that is reduced by using the gadget, I can say that actually the the questionnaire already contained that, which means that, yeah, it can be one of the causes that causing the problem to happen. And when I see the discussion of on some of the studies about this, yeah, they say that actually children need to break from their phone around 2 hours or maybe, yeah, 2 hours usually before sleep, so that they are not addicted, and that's so that the growth hormones can be stimulated properly, not being interrupted because of the blue light caused by the gadget. If there is there any other follow-up question?
No, thank you very much. This is very clear. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Dasa, for your very beautiful insight and feedback. Next, I would like give the Profadel the time to give the feedback and insight.
Yeah, I think I just give you a suggestion. Yeah, since the study relied heavily on self-reported questionnaires and recall based dietary assessment, so I suggest future studies to incorporate objective digital tracking system or wearable activity monitors to improve measurement accuracy and reduce recall bias. I think that's all from me. So no question from me due to the strike time. Okay. Good luck for you, and back to moderator. Thank you.
Thank you so much to our reviewer for the valuable and constructive feedback, and also to the participants for your presentations. Before we move to the next participants, I would like to give additional informations that today's conference is also being broadcast live on the IYSA official YouTube channel. Furthermore, as a form of appreciations, participants with the best project and presentations will be selected to receive exciting benefits from IYSA that will be announced on IYSA official Instagram. Okay, all right. We can go to the next participants for Miss Zafira Izatul Mahfuza from SMA N 5 Purwokerto.
Yes. Is my voice is clear?
Yes, we can
Okay.
hear us. Okay. Okay. If you're ready to give the presentations, you may start your presentations. The time is 7 minutes for your presentations and 5 minutes for feedback from both our reviewers.
I'm sorry. Can you guys wait a minute because I want to prepare the ini apa main first and stabilize my connections. Okay, I'm ready to start the presentation. Can I start the presentation now?
Yes, you can start your presentation.
Okay, good morning, my distinguished judges, respected researchers, teachers, and fellow participants. My name is Zafira Izzatul Mahfuza. I'm from SMA Negeri 5 Purwokerto, Indonesia. Today, I am honored to present my research entitled Castor Jelly, Functional Edible Jelly Inspired by Antacid Mechanisms for Stomach Acid Relief. As we know that digestive problems, especially acid reflux and GERD, are becoming increasingly common among teenagers and young adults due to irregular eating habits, passive and fast food consumption, as well as stress and anxiety are some of the major contributing factors. Although antacids are effective in neutralizing stomach acid, many people consider them unpleasant in taste and less appealing for regular use. Therefore, this research explores a more natural, simple, and educational alternative through a functional edible jelly. The main idea of this research is to combine functional food innovation with the scientific mechanisms of antacids. Castor jelly was formulated using agar, sodium bicarbonate, ginger extract, and honey, and this product was designed not only to reduce acidity, but also to improve palatability and increase awareness about digestive health through an engaging, edible prototype. And this research has four main objectives. The first is develop a functional edible jelly inspired by antacid mechanisms. Second is to evaluate its ability to reduce acidity. And third, to observe acidity changes using litmus paper. And finally, the last is to explore its educational and functional potential in promoting digestive health awareness. The gastrojelly was worked through an acid-base neutralization reaction, and in this reaction, sodium bicarbonate reacts with acid to produce sodium acetate, water, and carbon dioxide gas. The visible effervescence observed during the experiment indicated that the neutralization process occurred successfully, and this mechanism is similar to how conventional antacids reduce stomach acidity. The materials used in this research included agar powder, honey, ginger extract, sodium bicarbonate, vinegar, and blue litmus paper, and simple laboratory equipment such as heating containers, molds, and transparent glass containers were also used to support the experiment. All materials were selected because they are accessible, safe, and suitable for a simplified educational experiment. And the research methods for these experimental procedures is the first, prepare the fresh ginger extract, dissolve agar powder in hot water, and then add honey, ginger extract, and sodium bicarbonate. And next, pour mixture into molds, and then allow jelly to solidify. And after the jelly solidified, it was tested in vinegar, and acidity changes were observed using blue litmus paper before and after jelly addition. This image shows the acid simulation process before and after the addition of gastro jelly. Before the jelly was added, the litmus paper turned bright red, indicating strong acidity, and after approximately 2 minutes, visible effervescence occurred and the litmus paper became pale red, suggesting a reduction in acidity levels. The decrease in acidity was caused by the neutralization reaction between sodium bicarbonate and acetic acid. This reaction reduced the concentration of hydrogen ions and produced carbon dioxide gas, which explained the visible bubbles during the experiment. And for the limitations and future development, Despite the promising findings, this study still has several limitations, and for future development, further product optimization could be explored. In conclusion, gastrogel successfully demonstrated antacid-inspired acid neutralization in a simulated gastric environment. Overall, the study shows that accessible materials can be transformed into practical health science innovations that promote digestive health awareness. And thank you very much for your attention. I'll be happy to answer any questions or participate in further discussions.
Okay, thank you so much for your very interesting presentations. Next, we would like for the reviewer to provide the feedback and insight. We invite Prof. Adele to give the insight and feedback. For Prof. Adele, the time is yours.
Yeah, thank you very much, Zafira. So your study use vinegar 5% acetic acid as a simulation of stomach acid. So how can you justify that this model accurately represents the complexity and pH dynamics of real gastric acid in the human stomach?
Okay, thank you very much for the questions. So, the question is about why I'm using vinegar instead of the real gastric acids. So the answer is that because vinegar is having like the same like a model of the gastrics, because using vinegar is more accessible and uh, because both lactic acid or acetic acid and gastric share the same core property, which is the presence of free hydrogen ions contributing to acidity.
Okay, so the study claims the product is safe for consumption, but were there any dosage, stability, or side effect evaluation conducted to ensure the repeated consumption would not cause a digestive imbalance or excessive sodium intake?
Okay, in this study, the term safe for consumption refers specifically to the use of food-grade ingredients such as agar, honey, ginger extract, and baking soda or the sodium bicarbonate in controlled quantities that are commonly used in culinary application. However, it's important to clarify that this product is not apa is disease-related evaluation is our long-term stability studies.
Okay, I think that's all enough for me. Thank you very much and good luck for you. Back to moderator. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Prof. Adele, for your very insightful feedbacks. And then next, I would like to give Mr. Dessa the time to give the feedback.
Yeah, thank you very much. So, you are producing the gastro jelly, yeah?
Yes.
How do you, okay, so how do you claim that it is very good for the stomach?
Okay. So actually, this study is inspired by my grandmother's recipes because
Mhm.
I also have GERD, and when sometimes my GERD is started to feels like uncomfort is my grandmother making this kind of gastro jelly. And what can I say is based on the findings is that the products demonstrates an acid neutralizing effect in a controlled simulated environment and due to the presence of sodium bicarbonate, which is a well-known antacid compound.
Okay, so actually it is very good for integration food science, chemistry, and also health educations. Yeah, and I think it would be good to conduct the sensory evaluation. Have you incorporate this into further research for the sensory evaluation? Hello?
Okay.
Mhm.
So thank you for the insightful suggestion. And yes, I fully agree that sensory evaluation would be an important aspect for future development of this product. And in the current study, I focused primarily on the chemical aspect, specifically the acid-base neutralization mechanism and its observable effects in a simulated environment. And however, for further research, we do plan to incorporate sensory evaluation to assess factors such as taste, texture, aroma, and overall acceptability among potential users.
Okay. One more suggestion, perhaps it would be good when you add control, yeah, in the experiment, rather, so you can understand the acid neutralizing role of sodium bicarbonate that give the potential shooting, but there is a control, so you may understand the effect of this addition. Thank you very much. That's
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much to our reviewers for the valuable feedback and also to the participants for the beautiful presentations. Okay, all right. We'll now move on to the next participant. We invite Miss Avianti Wahidah Putri from SMAS Pribadi Beji.
Yes, I'm here, miss.
Okay, are you ready to give the presentations?
Yes. Wait, I will share the screen first.
Okay. Okay, if you're ready, you have 7 minutes for presentations and 5 minutes for the feedback. You can start when you're ready.
Okay, good morning, respected judge, fellow researchers, and distinguished guests. My name is Alfenda Weda Putri from SMS Pribadi Beji, Indonesia, and it's really an honor to present my research today. The title of my research is Shoot Balm, a balm made from local plants to aid the healing of wounds and sensitive skin in tropical climates. Now, when people think about skincare innovation, they often imagine expensive products, advanced laboratories, or highly synthetic formulation. However, this research began with a very simple observation. Living in a tropical country means our skin is constantly exposed to heat, humidity, pollution, sweat, and bacterial growth. Over time, this condition can weaken the skin barrier and trigger irritation, dryness, inflammation, and sensitivity. At the same time, many commercial products designed for sensitive skin still contain ingredients that may actually irritate the skin further. So I began asking myself, could a safer and more natural solution be developed using local medicinal plants that are already deeply connected to traditional healthcare practice? That question eventually led to the development of shoot balm. Skin is the largest organ in the human body and serves as the body's first protective barrier against external threats. Recent studies have shown that cases of sensitive skin are increasing globally, particularly in tropical regions where environmental stressors are more intense. High temperatures increase perspiration, excessive humidity encourage microbial growth, and environmental pollutants may trigger inflammation and irritation. As a result, many individuals experience recurring skin discomfort such as dryness, redness, itching, cricket skin, and minor ones. Meanwhile, herbal medicine continues to gain attention worldwide because it's generally more affordable, accessible, and culturally accepted, especially in Asian communities. This inspired me to explore whether traditional herbal ingredients could be scientifically formulated into a practical skincare product suitable for modern use. This research had several objectives. Firstly, to develop a natural herbal balm using aloe vera, olive oil, and battle leaf as the main active ingredients. Secondly, to evaluate the physical characteristics of the balm, including its pH, texture, spreadability, and stability. Thirdly, to assess product safety through irritation testing. Fourthly, to analyze the antibacterial potential of the balm against common skin bacteria. And finally, to determine whether the balm could effectively support moisturization and minor wound healings. The formulation of sooth balm combines three major herbal ingredients, each selected for its specific therapeutic properties. The first ingredient is aloe vera. Aloe vera is widely recognized for its anti-inflammatory and wound-healing properties. It also provides deep hydration and helps soothe the irritation skin. The second ingredient is olive oil. Olive oil is rich in antioxidant and essential fatty acids, which help strengthen the skin barrier and prevent moisture loss. It also supports skin repair and protects against environmental stress. The third ingredient is betel leaf or purple betel oil. Betel leaf has long been used in Southeast Asian traditional medicine due to its antibacterial and antioxidant properties. It helps inhibit bacterial growth and supports the healing process of minor wounds. Together, these ingredients create a formulation that focuses not only on healing but also on maintaining skin comfort and protection in tropical environment. Shot balm was developed as a semi-solid balm containing herbal extracts, beeswax, and natural oils. The balm format was intentionally chosen because it remains stable in warm climates and helps reduce moisture loss from the skin. This research used a descriptive experimental approach. The preparation process involves several stages like preparing and measuring all ingredients, melting beeswax and oil using a double boiler method, mixing the formulation until homogeneous, adding vitamin E and essential oils, then pouring the mixture into containers and allowing it to cool naturally. After formulation, several evaluations were conducted, including pH testing, spreadability testing, antibacterial, irritation, homogeneity, and organoleptic evaluation involving user response. Sorry, Miss. Hmm. The results of this research were encouraging. The bomb achieved a pH value of 5.63, which falls within the normal pH range of healthy human skin. This suggests that the product is compatible with the skin barrier and safe for tropical use. In the spreadability test, the bomb showed a spread diameter between 4.1 and 5.2 centimeters, indicating that it can be applied smoothly and comfortably using only a small amount of product. The antibacterial test demonstrated an inhibiting zone against bacteria, indicating antimicrobial activity from the herbal ingredients, particularly betel leaf. In addition, no irritation such as redness, itching, or swelling was observed during the patch test conducted on volunteers. The balm also maintained a smooth and stable texture without separation, and user feedback showed positive response regarding its scent, texture, and moisturizing effect. In conclusion, Shoot balm was successfully developed as a natural herbal balm suitable for tropical climates. The combination of aloe vera, olive oil, and betel leaf demonstrated promising potential in supporting skin moisturization, reducing irritation, and assisting the healing of minor wounds. Beyond its practical function, this research also highlights how local medicinal plants can be transformed into scientifically evaluated healthcare innovation. Although further clinical studies and larger scale testing are still needed, Shoot balm shows strong potential as a natural skincare product that is both effective and environmentally conscious. Thank you very much for your attention. I would be pleased to answer any questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for your very interesting presentations. Next, we would like for the reviewer to provide the feedback and insight. We invite Mr. Desa to give the feedback.
Okay, thank you very much for the nice presentation. So, you mentioned that antibacterial activity against Staphylococcus aureus, but the result presented here is qualitatively. So, can you mention the inhibition zone diameter and how it is compared with the do you use the standard for it or use any control for
Sorry,
comparing the result?
your voice is not too clear. Can you repeat it?
Okay. So you mentioned about the antibacterial activity against the Staphylococcus aureus, but in here the soot balm is only qualitatively that there is antibacterial activity against the Staphylococcus aureus. So do you use controls in this analysis?
Okay, thank you so much for your question. At this stage, the antibacterial evaluation was conducted qualitatively through observation of the inhibition zone against Staphylococcus aureus. The primary objective was to confirm whether the formulation demonstrated antibacterial potential after the herbal ingredients were incorporated into the balm. However, I still include analytical controls to strengthen the validity of the observation. A positive control was used for comparison, while the negative control showed no inhibition activity, indicating that the antibacterial effect originated from the active herbal ingredients rather than the base formulation itself. For future development, I believe quantitative measurements such as precise inhibition zone, diameter analysis, and minimum inhibitory concentration testing would provide more comprehensive microbiological validation. Okay, thank you.
Okay. So you cannot measure the inhibition zone diameter at the moment. So you just do the qualitatively.
It could actually be measured quantitatively, however, due to limitation in laboratory access and microbiological equipment during the research, I focus on a qualitative preliminary analysis to determine whether antibacterial activity was present.
Yeah, thank you very much. That's
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Dessa, for your very valuable insight. Next, I would like to give Prof. Adele the time to give the feedback.
Yeah, thank you, Mbak Dini. Alfianti, uh, like aloe vera, olive oil, and basil leaf, yeah, are common natural ingredients. So what is the real novelty or scientific advantage of your formulation compared to existing herbal balms already available in the market?
Okay. So your question is real novelty or advantageous formulation if my product or shoot bomb in a market, right?
Adan?
So your question is real novelty or advantages if shoot bomb in a market?
Yeah.
Okay, the main novelty of shoot bomb lies its in formulation approach specifically designed for tropical sensitive skin condition using locally accessible herbal ingredients. Many natural skincare products focus only on moisturizing or only on antibacterial effects. In contrast, shoot bomb integrates multiple functions simultaneously, shooting irritation, supporting minor wound healing, maintaining skin moisture, and providing antibacterial protection within one semi-solid balm formulation. Another advantage is its suitability for tropical climates. The balm best help reduce transepidermal water loss while remaining stable in warm and humid environments, which is particularly relevant for Southeast Asian consumers. In addition, the formulation of shoot balm is combines traditional medicinal knowledge with scientific evaluation, making it both culturally familiar and research-based.
Okay, I think there is become more impactful and can be commercially competitive. Yeah, if future work, you can compare us to the herb balm with commercial herbal balms or standard tropical treatments to demonstrate its effectiveness, uniqueness, and practical advantage. Okay, I think that's all from me. Good luck for you, and back to moderator. Bye bye.
Thank you so much, Miss.
Okay, thank you so much for our reviewers for the valuable and constructive feedback, and also to the participants for your beautiful presentations. We'll now move on to the next participants. We invite Mr. Muhammad Fikri Hikal to begin the presentations.
Okay, thank you.
For Mr. Muhammad Fikri, are you ready to give the presentations?
Yes, I will share my screen first.
Okay, you have 7 minutes for presentations and 5 minutes for a feedback from our reviewer.
Okay. Can you see my presentation now?
Yes, I can see clearly.
Okay, thank you so much for this opportunity. Hello everyone, my name is Muhammad Fikri Haikal. I am a biology teacher in Madrasah Al Negeri Bondowoso. So basically today I would like to present about the research that was conducted together with my students last year. It's about like constructions of dengue vaccines using immunoinformatic approaches. So the first one, let me begin with the background of our study. So maybe we're already familiar with the dengue virus. It's one of the deadliest disease in tropical countries that very highly widespread in Indonesia. According to data from the WHO organizations, more than 1 million cases were recorded in 2024 and also followed by significant decrease in 2025. And however, the data from 2025 is still incomplete as a present data is only available up to September. And in Indonesia itself, there were more than 250,000 dengue cases reported in 2024, resulting in more than 1,000 deaths. For informations, there are four serotypes of the dengue virus that can infect human. Serotype number 1, 2, 3, and 4. But in Indonesia itself, predominantly highly prevalent with the dengue for serotype number 1, which cause prevalence around 29.45%. But the issue is not only single infections. Dengue disease can be caused by multiple infections or co-infections. For example, the infection with dengue virus serotypes number 2 and 3. Significant effort has been done to eliminate this problem using the like drug administrations and also vaccine development. These presentations, I would like to share about the effectiveness of the right now well-approved vaccines, including the Dengvaxia and also Kirenga, which is the problem of this vaccine is still in the universality. Dengvaxia, for example, in dengue serotype number 2, Dengvaxia only can effectively kill the Denfi2 only 35%, but Kirenga is very high. It's 97%. So there's no vaccine found yet that can kill all the serotypes and then can be used in any endemic areas. So the thing that's come to our mind when I want to design a vaccine is, can we like design a vaccine that can be targeted at all the serotypes? So according to based on these questions, we're planning with my students want to like using the conventional approach to develop the vaccines to construct the vaccine that targeted in the four serotypes and four endemic areas, something like that. This is the approach that we use to construct the vaccines. Start with the protein target selections using the UniTOR database. So we identify which protein that can be used as a target. Continue with antigenicity predictions. We want to know whether the protein that selected that can be induced immune response. And then the most important part is the epitope predictions, which we select the epitope based on the allele of people in the endemic area. And after that, multiple vaccine constructions. In this part, we add like adjuvant like beta defensin to improve the efficacy of the vaccines, and also three-dimensional structure modeling using AI, and also web server physicochemical predictions. And I want to know to predict the immune response using the immune simulation tools. Now, start with the first result is protein target candidate. For this step, we got three important proteins, which are the membrane proteins, envelope protein, and capsid protein, which involve in the insertion, not insertion, actually, and viral entry to the human host. But at the end, we just only choose one protein, which is the envelope protein, because the amino acid data in the database available for all serotypes. So decide to choose envelope proteins. And after that, we predict the antigenicity profile of the proteins across all serotypes. So as you can see in the tables, the score, antigenicity score is more than 0.5, indicating the all proteins, all amino acids sequence can like induce immune response. And then after that, we select the T cell epitope, not only one epitope, one T cell epitope, we select HTL or T helper epitope, CTL epitope for this proteins across 4 endemic area. This one also for serotype number 2, this is serotype number 3, and this one for the serotype number 4. And after that, in same tools, we also select the B cell epitope as a part of the vaccine to induce the production of the antibody. And after that, we select the highest peak, high score of the epitope for the B cell epitope. And after that, I incorporate all the epitopes together with adjuvant, also histidine-rich protein at the end terminal of the proteins of the amino acids to like construct whether this protein is like to construct the protein before we do the modeling process. And then after that, after I got all the along the polypeptide sequence, we continue with amino acids. We continue with protein modeling using AlphaFold tools, which this AlphaFold tools using the let's call the AI algorithm using the multiple sequence element and also a template to produce the 3D model of the protein. Continue with after modeling, we continue with physical chemical predictions to want to know that whether the protein is stable or not in our body. And then after that, we're doing the immune cell stimulation, which is an overall they can improve this T helper populations, and also B cell populations, and also immunoglobulin production, something like that, and also cytokine response predictions.
I'm sorry
For
for Mr. Muhammad Fikri. You
yes.
can go straight to the conclusion because your time
Oh
is
yes,
up.
yeah. This one is the conclusions. Okay, the design vaccine contains epitope from all 4 identified serotypes with epitope selection based on the binding affinity to HLA alleles common in 4 endemic regions, supporting its broad population coverage and universality. And so the vaccine construct demonstrates the suitable predictive physical chemical properties and shows strong potential to activate immune response based on the in silico immune simulation results. And this is the future research might be can someone done because in the school we have limited access to the laboratory. And then that's all overall for my presentations. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much for your very beautiful presentations. It's like we would like for the reviewer to provide the feedbacks and insight. We invite Professor Adele to give the insight and feedback. Prof. Adele, the time is yours.
Yeah, thank you, Mbak Dini. Muhammad Fikri, since the study is entirely in silico, how can you ensure that the predicted epitopes will remain stable, will be non-toxic and non-allergenic in real biological system?
Okay, thank you so much for right now to assess well the physical chemical characteristic of the proteins of the vaccine. We're just using the web server base, and also I'm doing right now is molecular dynamic simulations. But for the future, maybe if you want to do the toxicity test, something like that, maybe we can I always say someone because we cannot do that in the school because something we maybe we test it using the cell lines, the cell culture, something like that, to want to know the stability of the proteins. For the not stability, toxicity, sorry, toxicity of the proteins. For the stability, maybe a lot of a lot of tools that we can use in the lab, such as Raman spectroscopy or CD spectroscopy, to want to know the changes of the secondary structures of the protein, something.
Okay, so dengue vaccines carry the risk of antibody-dependent enhancement or
Yes.
yeah. So how did you computational design address the possibility that the induced antibody could worsen secondary dengue infection instead of protecting against them?
Yeah, that's why the thing that we not explore yet about how whether this vaccine can also facilitate the antibody dependent enhancement. But for right now, we just evaluate the antibody productions and also just for first injection. So just as you can see, maybe in the graph, the antibody is very increased. It's just only few days, several days, something like that. Maybe I'm looking for that for the tools how we can confirm how we can like assess whether these vaccines can contribute to the antibody dependent enhancement, something like that. For right now, it's just still how effectively to induce a response immune in silico.
Okay, I think that's all from me. Thank you very much, and good luck for you. Back to moderator.
Okay, thank you so much, Prof. Adel, for your very valuable insight. Next, I would like to give Mr. Dasa the time to give the feedback.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the great presentations and also great research. Yeah, that presents the in silico study, especially about the vaccine candidate targeting for all D and AV serotypes. So perhaps some comments on this and questions. Dengue vaccine development is highly complicated, like antibody dependent enhancements, as you mentioned as well, and how you as a researcher ensure that the selected epitopes are more likely to induce the protective neutralizing immunity rather than potentially harmful non-neutralizing antibody responses.
Okay, I think for these questions, I think it's quite similar from the Prof. Adele questions also. For this research, for this research, I think it's I think this research is too ambitious also. For research, they just focus on the universality, the coverage, the population coverage, and also the serotype coverage of it. So how to confirm whether they produce like they induce the immune response more depth, whether they can promote antibody dependent enhancement or any other immune response, complicated immune response in our body, we need to confirm it using laboratory works, something like that. For right now, just we confirmed this is the vaccines can these vaccines, this design, something like this construct can universally protect our body from the four serotypes and also up whether this suitable for four uh, alleles, LHL alleles of the people in the endemic regions, something like that.
Yeah, thank you very much. Great.
Thank you, Prof.
Okay, thank you very much to our reviewers for the valuable feedback and also to the participants for the beautiful presentations. Next, we will now move to the next participants. We invite Miss Fatima Islamia.
Yes, Miss.
Yes. Are you ready to give the presentations?
Yes, of course.
Okay, you have 7 minutes for your presentations and 5 minutes for both reviewers' feedbacks. You can start if you're ready.
Good afternoon, good morning, respected reviewers. Healthy and prosperous greetings to all of us. My name is Fatima Islamia, and today I will present my research entitled "Effectiveness of Dragon Fruit Peel Extract Gum for Dental Plaque Removal and Detection." Tooth decay affects more than half of world population and remains the most prevalent oral disease in Indonesia. The initial factor in tooth decay is dental plaque. Dental plaque is a soft layer attached to the tooth surface from food debris, bacterial colonies, and glycoprotein matrix. Bacterial fermentation produces acids that demineralize teeth and eventually cause tooth decay.
Actually, plaque can be removed simply by toothbrushing. However, in Indonesia, only 2.8% of population brushes their teeth properly and correctly. One reason is that people often do not realize the presence of dental plaque because in its early stage, plaque is transparent and difficult to see. Plaque can be detected using a disclosing solution. However, this usually requires assistance from dental professional, making it less practical and less independent for daily use. So, what is the alternative? Dragon fruit peel contain beta-cyanine pigment, which can produce a purplish red color under acidic conditions such as dental plaque. Previous studies have also shown that dragon fruit peel contains antibacterial compounds that might help reduce plaque accumulation. Gum was selected as the delivery medium because of its sticky characteristic, which might help remove plaque while simultaneously releasing the extract to stain plaque. In addition, chewing gum also stimulates saliva production, which naturally help clean the oral cavity. To date, there has been no research regarding gum containing dragon fruit peel extract. Therefore, the objective of this study were to evaluate the pH, colorimetry, diffusion ability of dragon fruit peel extract as well as the elasticity and solubility of gum material. Also to evaluate the gum's ability to remove and detect plaque through coloration. Ethical clearance laboratory permits and plant determination certificates were obtained prior to the study. Extraction technique used is ethanol maceration. Gum samples were prepared by mixing all ingredients and divided into three groups. Gum containing 50% of dragon fruit peel extract as treatment group or P50, gum containing 50% of disclosing solution as positive control or K plus, and commercially available sugar-free gum as reference control group or KP. Dental plaque samples were collected and cultured and used for plaque removal and detection testing. pH of extract and disclosing solution as control were measured. Color intensity was analyzed using RGB color detection application, and also plaque samples on glass slide treated with either extract or disclosing solution, then analyzed using RGB color detector for diffusion. Elasticity was measured using a universal testing machine. Solubility testing was conducted by immersing gum in distilled water and stirring them for 5 and 10 minutes. For effectiveness testing, plaque suspension was cultured in microplates to form plaque layers. Gum was then pressed onto the microplate as a simulation of chewing on plaque-covered teeth. Samples from each group were observed using a microscope. Some samples were mixed with saliva vortex and analyzed using spectrophotometer. Remaining plaque was stained and transferred into a new microplate and scanned again using spectrophotometry. All data were analyzed for homogeneity and normality, followed by ANOVA or Kruskal-Wallis test and post-hoc. Dragon fruit peel extract demonstrated a more acidic pH than disclosing solution. This is likely due to beta-cyanine pigment, which naturally has a pH around 5. 50% of extract show the highest color intensity among all concentration. Although the 50% disclosing solution appear visually darker, the 50% extract demonstrated stronger plaque staining during the diffusion test. This may be caused by polarity and smaller extract particles were more easily absorbed into plaque. Therefore, the 50% concentration was selected for subsequent testing. Elasticity of the P40 and K plus was higher than Kp. This may cause by variation in gum composition, making the P50 most elastic. P50 show lower solubility than K plus, likely because the K plus contain alcohol, which may increase solubility. Meanwhile, Kp showed the lowest solubility, possibly due to better homogeneity and stronger intermolecular bonding. Both the P50 and K plus had better plaque removal potential than Kp. This may be related to the difference in gum-based composition, which tend to bind hydrophobic substances such as dental plaque. P50 shows significantly better plaque staining ability than both control group. This may indicate stronger interaction between the extract pigment and plaque glycoprotein. Meanwhile, the control gum and plaque-free sample showed no coloration because no interaction occurred between the dye and glycoprotein matrix. These findings are consistent with both the diffusion test and plaque removal test. Although the K plus may remove plaque more effectively, P50 demonstrated better potential for plaque detection. Microscope observation showed that the surface of P50 and K plus appeared more irregular and less homogeneous than comparison control, which aligns with the solubility result. Shiny and wet appearance observed on plaque-containing gum may represent the slimy plaque matrix. Dragonfruit peel extract gum demonstrated potential for both plaque detection and plaque removal, as shown by stronger diffusion intensity of 50% extract on plaque compared with control, better elasticity and superior plaque detection and plaque removal performance compared with the comparison control. However, the chewing gum composition still requires optimization to improve homogeneity and reduce solubility. Chewing gum may serve as a self-educational tool to improve the brushing technique, especially for children. Thank you for your attention and opportunity.
Okay, thank you so much for your very beautiful presentations. Next, we would like to for the reviewer to give the valuable feedback. I will invite Mr. Dasa to give the first feedback. Mr. Dasa. Okay, maybe Mr. Dasa is not ready yet. Maybe we can give the first feedback from Prof. Adele.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mbak Dini. Okay, Fatima, your study claims that the gum can remove dental plaque. Yeah, but how can you distinguish between actual plaque removal and a simple surface staining caused by beta cyanine pigment?
Okay, thank you for the question, Miss. The difference between plaque is more clear than other debris in the teeth. So to differentiate it, both of it is plaque will be staining red because the plaque have the acidity, so the beta cyanine will become red in acidic environment, other than the food debris and another substance in the mouth.
Okay, the extract has a pH of 5, which is
Yes.
relatively acidic. How did you evaluate the risk of enamel demineralization or irritation with repeated use of the gum?
Okay, thank you for the question. Actually, yes, the extract pH is 5. So it combines with the gum base that actually have the pH in the base range in the base range. So in so hopefully this gum can be natural, but to know that I have to do the further research first.
Okay, so I would like to give you suggestion for future study. The future study I think should include in vivo clinical trials. This is proposed to evaluate the gum's effectiveness and the actual oral condition. And another suggestion, I think the research will be stronger if quantitative bacterial reduction assays were added, yeah, to confirm true plaque removal activity. I think that's all from me. Thank you very much and good luck for you. Back to moderator. Bye-bye.
Thank you for this suggestion, Miss.
Thank you very much, Prof. Adel, for your very insightful feedback. Next, I would like give Mr. Dasa the time to give the next feedback.
Okay.
So thank you very much for the great presentation. I would like to ask about the use of organoleptic tests or sensory appolations directly to the analyst. For example, did you plan to do that directly to the persons?
Mm. Pardon me, sir. Can you repeat it again?
Okay, so because you present candy, yeah, or this use directly in oral. So would you like to integrate with the real organoleptic testing using the oral for your the what it is called, the chewing gum plaque staining stainer, yeah? Plaque stain removal in your formulation. Would you like to integrate the sensory operations in your research plan?
Okay, thank you so much for the question. Yes, for that test, I will do that in the future development, such as additional studies in toxicity, bioavailability, and formulation optimization, including the organoleptic test, sir, in the future.
So what kind of control will you try to prepare as a plaque removal chewing gum?
Okay, thank you. The control
Will
in
you
this
use
study,
normal chewing gum as a control? Okay.
okay, the control in the study is commercial sugar-free chewing gum in the market, such as xylitol in our study, and also there is gum containing disclosing solution. We made it in this study.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much for our reviewers for your valuable and constructive feedback, and also to the participants for your wonderful presentations. Now we will move to the next participants. We invite Miss Intan Irawati to give the presentations. Hello, Miss Intan. Are you ready to give the presentations?
Iya, Ibu. Tapi tidak tahu. Iya, Ibu. Mau menambahkan, jadi untuk LO sendiri itu untuk setiap harinya berbeda-beda ya tugasnya. Seperti opening ini kan otomatis belum ada penjurian, jadi nanti
Can you
untuk
hear
opening
my
OE
word?
itu jadi registrasi, ada
Yes,
bagian
we can
dokumentasi yang belum
see and hear your
dijuri.
voice.
Okay, thank you. I will present. Can you see
Okay.
my presentation?
Yes, we can
Dan
see
untuk
your
minggu
presentations.
keduanya itu baru
I will give my presentation. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, the judges. I will present my presentation. I am a teacher in MAN 15 Jakarta. And I will give the presentation about my innovation in quantum physics. Do you know what is physics quantum? I think there is no more people know that the quantum physics is very near from us. It's tell about the energy and the matter in tiny particle. So we have to choose the suitable media to make children understand what is the quantum it is. And I choose the quark. What is the quark? It's my innovation in media. There are quantum understanding, with AR, reuse book, and quantum animation from cardboard to quantum world. The background for this innovation is the more people student think that the physics is difficult subject and the abstract concept need media, the suitable media to make them more easy to understand. In the other hand, the quantum physics is developed very fast and we can hold this gadget. It is from quantum physics base. So many children or many students has to understand what is the quantum physics. This object of this research is to applying quark as a physics learning medium to improve student understanding of quantum physics concept. And this media, I call the quark medium. There is from the reuse book, AR, and quantum simulation. And this is the reuse book. You can see from the screen. This is the reuse book we can see every day. And in this bright room, you see in this hall, it's very dark. Why it is so dark? Although in the bright room, from this, I explain the children that the light, the radiation light, through this hole into the tiny particle and can absorb in this black body. We call this black body. So the quantum tell us about the light radiation wave and the tiny particle or the matter. And this is in the learning physics learning, the student use the media like AR. I create this to explain the effect for the photoelectric effect. And this is the animation we can see in internet, fast animation to explain the quantum physics too. This is the sample of the animation. And this is the marker. What is the marker? When we use the augmented reality, we have to scan, we have to scan from the application we install in the gadget like this. When we install from the gadget, this is can we use to scan the marker. This is the marker we use, and from this marker we can see 3D visualize of the photoelectric effect. The method which I use is classroom action research. It is from that it is in 4 step planning, observation, acting, and reflection. The instrument is are observation sheet, test, and questionnaire, and the subject is 12 grad student, 26 student, and the data describe and the data analyzed with descriptive statistic. This is the animation and learning physics in the class, and the score test show the increasing from pre-cycle, first cycle, and second cycle, and the observed indicator show there is the increasing too from teacher activity, teacher and student interaction, and interaction between student. When we use the quantitative data to analyze entities, we can see there is a significant relation. And the student, after using this media in the classroom, say that there is a very exciting and mind-blowing to study quantum physics with quark media. And quantum physics is very enjoyable. Although the quantum physics is very abstract, but when we explain with the suitable media, it will be easier to understand. The conclusion from this research is that quark media it has applied in the 11th grade learning, physics learning, and show a significant increases in conceptual understanding, student participation, and interest in modern physics. So the quantum physics learning with quark media provide an active visual and contextual learning experience by combining virtual experience aspect with discovery-based learning. So I recommended that to other physics teacher to develop quantum physics learning media suitable for students, and for the teacher develop any more adaptive physics learning media to expand abstract concept. Thank you for the attention. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you for the very interesting presentations. Next, we would like to, for the reviewer to provide a feedback and insight. We invite Prof. Adele to give the first insight and feedback.
Yeah, thank you, Mbak Dini. Intan Irawati, ya. From your study, only 62% of students reported positive interest in learning quantum physics after using the media. So how do you explain that nearly 38% of students still did not show strong engagement despite the use of interactive technology?
Okay, thank you. The quantum physics is difficult in concept because it's abstract, and difficult in the formula. So the student say there is enjoyable, but it's a complex formula to understand, and they have many long time for understand the formula and apply the formula in the exercise like that. I think there is more time in also all of the student understanding what is the quantum physics. Thank you.
Okay, another question maybe quantum physics, like you mentioned just now, is conceptually complex, right? How did you validate that students truly understood the underlying quantum concept instead of only being attracted to the animation and AR features?
Yeah, this media is to explain the concept. Just explain the concept, but the formula has to understand by mathematics. So some students don't have any mathematic base, the powerful. So the strong base mathematics. So they are very need long time to understand.
Okay, I think that's all from me. Thank you very much. I have suggestion for the future study. You have to incorporate higher order thinking assessment for your study.
Sebentar.
Yeah, back to
Tolong
moderator.
matiin dong, Bu. Gimana? I'm sorry, I don't hear.
Yeah, the research would become stronger. I mean, if it incorporate higher order thinking assessment. Yeah. Okay. That's all from me, I think. Thank you very much. Just back to moderator. Bye.
Okay.
Thank you very much, Prof. Adele, for your very valuable insight. And then I would like to invite Mr. Dessa to give the next insight and feedback.
Thank you very much. So a great presentation. So I would like to ask uh, about that multimodal students you are used in here, and the results shows from average score from 72 into becoming around 92, yeah, 91.62. Is there any other factor instead of using this quark media that making the high result?
Yeah. And the factor to make increasing the score except the media, there is a concept-based mathematics. Yeah, the strong concept-based mathematics make them more understand the formula and apply it in the many exercise. And we know that Einstein or the other physics modern scientists using the mathematics to explain how the science, the nature is uh, is uh, conducted like it. So I think the factor to make the student understand media concept based mathematics. The third is interactive the interactive connection between student and teacher, because when they are don't understand and asking the student asking the teacher, they can help themselves to more understand like that.
Okay, thank you very much. The time is.
All right, thank you to all reviewers for the valuable and constructive feedback, and also thank you to the participants for your interesting presentations. Okay, before we proceed to the break session, since we still have the remaining time, we would like to ask the reviewers and participants first. Would you prefer to continue with the next presentations, or should we follow the schedule break as planned?
I think I think for next presentation, but they is to add, right?
Okay,
Yeah,
so we
good.
proceed to the next session.
I think like that.
Okay, so for the
Yes.
participants, are you ready for presenting your
Yes.
present? Yes.
Can you hear my
Okay.
voice?
Yes, we can hear
Clear.
your voice. Okay.
Okay. I would like to
Okay.
start my screen.
Okay. If you're ready, you have 7 minutes presentations and 5 minutes for feedback from our reviewers.
Okay, can you see my screen?
Yes, we can clearly your screen. See your screen.
Okay, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. The honorable, the reviewers, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. My name is Beni Arum. I'm an English teacher of Junior High School Wantayu. Today, I'm going to deliver my research entitled Culturally Responsive Deep Learning in EFL through the traditional game Sikar Mandang Giter. Let me start with a simple reflection. We often talk about deep learning, learning that is mindful, meaningful, and joyful. But what if learning is no longer connected to who our students really are? According to my classroom, I shared the questionnaire in my classroom. I found something alarming. 20 out of 34 students never played traditional games. Not because they didn't want to, but because they are slowly losing connection with their own culture. And at the same time, we live in the globalization era, where students are more familiar with global trends than with their own local traditions. To address this problem, I brought a traditional game from Pati, Central Java, Sikar Mandang Kitir, into my English classroom. Through this approach, students not only learned about English, but also they reconnected with their culture, built collaboration, and experienced the learning. Because this game promotes active engagement, character building, and cultural awareness. This study focuses on two main objectives. First, to explore how Sikar Mandang Giter can support deep learning in the EFL classroom, and the second one, to understand how students experience the learning process. This study offers something more important also. It shows that English is not only about language, but also about helping students reconnect with their cultural identity. And this is the research design. This study uses qualitative classroom action research that happened during January until February 2026 at Junior High School Wantayu, involving 34 students, and in this research, I used two kind of instruments. The first one is classroom observation, and the second one is students' reflection. Then the data were analyzed descriptively to understand how the learning process supports mindful, meaningful, and joyful learning. And this is the research results. The implementation of Sikar Madangkiter to support deep learning in the EFL classroom was designed in three stages, from preparation to active engagement and to reflection. This is the pre-implementation stage. Before the learning began, me, as a teacher, needed to understand my student first. So I conducted a diagnostic test and explore their familiarity, my students' familiarity, regards to traditional games. Then, after got the result of diagnostic tests, I designed the learning materials and compiled differentiated tasks to support all the students' abilities. And the most important part was transforming from Sikar Madangkiter into a learning medium by integrating QR codes with multimodal text and interactive challenges. So learning was not only about delivering the lesson, but also give the experience to the students. And this is the implementation stage. First, students work collaboratively in small heterogeneous groups, and then each group played Sikar Manangkitir by jumping across squares, then scanning QR codes, and answering report text questions before moving on. And at the end of the time, students created a report text about animal native to Indonesian wildlife according to their want. They can write it on the piece of paper or make it into comic, videos, or post it in the social media. And this is the post-implementation. Students shared their learning experiences and evaluated the learning process through Instagram story features. So I made the story about asking the reflection from the students is like, how's our game? Then they give the rating for the game of the day. And this is the second research result. Regards to students' deep learning experience, we found that the students experience deep learning in three important ways: mindful, meaningful, and joyful. The learning activities promoted mindful learning as students showed clear cognitive engagement while completing the game-based tasks. And the second one, the activities supported meaningful learning by connecting English learning with students' cultural background. And the last one, the learning activities created a joyful learning environment that encouraged students to participate more actively. So the first one is regards to mindful learning, the second one is meaningful learning, and the last one is joyful learning. This is the concept or important part of deep learning itself. This is the conclusion. In conclusion, integrating Sikarma dan Kitir in the EFL classroom not only supports students' deep learning, but also improve their writing skills. And then the activities promote mindful, meaningful, and joyful learning by connecting lessons to students' cultural context and increasing students' engagement. And for suggestions, teachers are encouraged to integrate traditional games to create more engaging and meaningful learning experiences. Future research can explore other traditional games and their impact on various language skills and learning contexts. That's all that I have told to you. Please give me any suggestion and input. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much for your wonderful presentation. Now, next I would like for the reviewer to provide the feedback and insight. We invite Prof. Adele to give the insight and feedback.
Yeah, thank you, Mbak Dini. Hello, Ibu Beni.
Hello.
Since the research use classroom action research without a control group, yeah, how can you conclude that the improvement in writing skill was caused specifically by Sikar Madang Kitir and not by repeated practice or teacher guidance?
Okay, thank you so much for the question. Regards to the improvement about the writing skill, I examined the first one from the pre-test previously before I conducted this research about the first chapter of English for Nusantara book. It's about report text, but it's not about what life in Indonesia. So I take from the result of the previous test or pre-test, then I compare the result with the post-test after conducting Sekar Kitir as the medium in the classroom. So I don't have the control. I only compare the pre-test and post-test in one group. So one group pre-test and post-test.
Okay, so the learning activities combine traditional games, QR codes, and also
Yes.
collaborative discussion. Which
Yes.
component contribute the most to students' improvement, and how did you isolate its effect?
Yes, I could say that the most impactful part of this learning process is the joyful. I mean the joyful from the playing Sikar Mandang Gitar that I integrated with QR code, make them more, oh, English is not that hard. English is easy. I just want to make the atmosphere in the classroom, the learning environment, that English is easy, because I want to change their mindset that English is fun, because they has many times said that "Gak bisa bahasa Inggris, Miss." They say like that. So it's kind of burden as a teacher in the classroom. That's why I try to bring something so playful when I was in the childhood. Yes, Sikar Mandang Gitar on in the nationally we can call it a Sudamanda. Maybe you can find it on your
Yeah,
region as
I think
Sudamanda, right?
I think that's all from me. Thank you very much, and I hope you can have a control group
Yes.
for this improvement. Thank
Okay,
you.
thank you. Thank
Good
you,
luck,
Usri.
moderator. Bye.
Thank you so much, Prof. Adel, for your valuable insight and feedback. And then I would like to invite Mr. Gaza to give the next insights and feedbacks.
Thank you very much for nice presentations. And uh, I have a questions. Why you are using the local story, yeah, like Sikar Mandangkit. For example, you may use also the childhood story, for example, Cinderella, for example, something like that, that the students also perhaps notice from the movie or Frozen movie or something like that. Why you are not use directly the English story to make it easier for the students instead of using the traditional Indonesian? What is the main reason you are using the traditional that in Bahasa or in Javanese?
Okay, thank you so much, Pak Dase. Okay, actually, it comes from the problem in my school regards to P5 project project penguatan profil belajar Pancasila. We have local wisdom. When I teach them about local wisdom, because
Mhm.
I was the facilitator, they are really hard to get the main idea or the main message of the local wisdom. They don't know about Sekar Mandang Kiter, they don't know about the
Yeah.
Gangsingan or something. So I think it's really important to bring
Mhm.
back the traditional games into the classrooms, especially because this is originally from our original land, Pati, the most viral regency in Indonesia at every time. I'm sure. That's really really important to bring the traditional game in the classroom, because I want to reconnect my students to their local identity, so they will not forget their local identity, because it's really important. Who will preserve the local identity if not the generation right now? Even in my environment, I didn't find any children play the Sekar Madang Kitir itself right now. So I try to bring it to the school, because yeah, school is the medium for getting the knowledge. So I bring the knowledge in the classroom regards to the Sekar Madang Kitir. Then I connect it to English. It's kind of hard
Wow.
actually,
Okay.
me as teacher, but I
Mhm.
will try my best to
Yes.
give the best to my students. That's all, sir.
Okay. Well, great. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you so much for our reviewers for your best feedbacks and insight, and thank you so much for the participant for your wonderful presentations. All right, considering today's Friday and some else participants, reviewer may need to attend a Friday prayers. Would you prefer to continue the session or take a short break first, sir? Okay. Okay. To all participants, we will now have a short break until 1:15 before continuing to the next sessions. Please make sure to return on time so the conference can continue smoothly according to the schedule. Enjoy your break and see you again after the break. All right, participants and respected reviewers, welcome back after the break. I hope you had a pleasant rest and are now ready to continue the conference with a renewed energy. Next, we will continue with the following presentation sessions. We have 3 participants left for today's International Research Conference. We kindly ask all participants to stay engaged and enjoy the rest of the event. For Mr. Das and Prof. Adelila, are you ready?
Yeah, ready.
Okay. Without further ado, let us proceed to the next sessions. We invite Mr. Muhammad Ganaro to give the presentations.
Oh, hello. Can you hear my voice?
Yes, we can clearly hear your voice.
Okay, very well. Let me shut my screen first.
Okay. Okay, you have 7 minutes for presentations and 5 minutes for feedbacks and insight from all reviewers.
All right. Does my screen already changed to my presentation?
I think not yet.
Not yet. Okay. Ah. Hang on. Is it already show my presentation here?
Still, yeah, we already could see it clearly.
Okay, very well. Okay, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good day, ladies and gentlemen, and my honorable reviewer and educator here today. Let me introduce myself. My name is Muhammad Ganaro, and I'm a teacher from Aviation Vocational High School, Kartika Akal Sakti Semarang, or SMK Penerbangan Semarang here. Today, I'm going to share my innovative about my research about using Scrabble game for enhancing students' English for aviation vocabulary. Okay. Okay. Let me move to the introduction. So for this issue here that I highlighted for the vocabulary issue in my school, since for the 8th grader or the 10th grader students having difficulties for the vocabulary enrichment. So I initiate to use the Scrabble for the as the interactive game and a joyful game for them to learn more precisely to enrich and build their vocabulary for aviation, especially since they have to be prepared for work in the world of aviation requirement. Since they're focusing on the effectiveness of this Scrabble game as the interactive strategy, so I would like to introduce about this research objective to aim to investigate and see for the effectiveness of using Scrabble game as the interactive among the vocational high school students, especially in English aviation vocabulary. Specifically, that I use 3 methods here and the implementation, the implementation stage, and then the post-implementation stage through the vocabulary improvement through the pre-test and post-test comparison. Here I go that I hope for this research will be significant and be give the beneficial to address the vocabulary acquisition or difficulties for the English for specific purposes context in the promote to interactive student-centered learning approaches that they have to more active in the class for engagement. And then also I provide the practical insight for vocational English who haven't any implemented for this method for the English teaching in this class, and also I want to encourage all the teachers here that who join this session to adopt this game as the base learning strategy in education for efficient purposely. So here I will move to scenes for this literature review that I use for the UR or that distinguish and vocabulary mastery as the very fundamental and important to language acquisition and for the competition components, especially for working. So to make it happen, so I designed this research as for the classroom action research to plan, action, observe, and reflect. My students comprise of 26 10th grade efficient students that I select from the population of the active students in my school, and then I analyze using instrument including pre-test and post-test and use observation and documentation. And then I analyze both use qualitative and quantitative methods for this one. And the first implementation stage that I use a check for the score from the pre-test that they have 64. This is below the completeness criteria of this in the school levels. They need to more to engage and they have to build this for their vocabulary knowledge. During the implementation stage, here I use for the specific terms like a runway, altitude, air departure, absec, and then like airport or check-in FA as a stage from like attendance for the increase for the extra points if they got for the specific vocabularies in the aviation. At the post implementation stage here that I seek for the score that have already increased. However, that there are 5 students that uh, found out that it's difficult to get for the vocabulary since they feel like Scrabble is very uncommon for them, so that they not joining enthusiastically. And then, however, that I demonstrate and the student can get for more confidence when they choose the correct words to arrange the letters, and then having the improvement that they can uh, giving the good English or the good words for them to know. And then the findings here about the gain score of the 14 points that I have an increasement. And then I also check for the 9 of students have more qualified over the average. Also, before I conclude this session here, I would like to inform that this research has also have a limitation here. Since this is using the Scrabble game for the online, that the chambered word it will be various and randomly. So for the during the session that the burden and limited for the creating or arranging the vocabulary for the aviation. However, that they can focus also on the writing and then how to write the word correctly and then how to spell it. So I can conclude this research here that they significantly enhance. However, it's not about all students, but they only 21 students. It's almost like a 80% of the student of the class that able to pass the grade after using the Scrabble here. And then I suggest that someday, because this is the first time I think that no one never checked for the aviation vocabulary for the vocational school that can adopt these ideas to do so. I think that's enough for me. Thank you. Ejudicata and Jeffrey.
Okay, thank you very much for your interesting presentations. Next, we would like for the reviewer to provide the feedback and insight. We invite Prof. Adele to give the insight and feedback. For Prof. Adele, the time is yours.
Yeah, thank you, Mbak Dini. Hello, Muhammad Ganaro. Yeah.
Yeah.
So this is a very good project, I think. So since the study use classroom action research, yeah, without a control group, how can you ensure that the vocabulary improvement was caused specifically by Scrabble rather than repeated exposure to aviation terms?
Okay. Thank you for the question, Ms. Adila. So that I'm sure that they have already what is it enriched this vocabulary because after they try to create the correct words, and then sometimes it's invalid words, so they will repeat again to check for the good vocabulary, and then I will ask for the meaning before they have to say it after they submit the words. So I have to ask for the meaning of the for the words, and then do you know it? Tahu nggak artinya? So do you know the meaning of the words that you have already read? And then they will check for the dictionary and then will take note. So I ensure that after the class, after the session of the Scrabble is done, actually I ask them once again before I close the classroom.
Okay, so I think I have a suggestion to you, yeah, to strengthen the ESP relevance. Yeah, future research is recommended to integrate more authentic aviation communication tasks, like radio communication or flight operation scenarios. I think that's all from me. Good luck for you, then. Thank you very much. Back to moderator.
Thank you, Ms. Adila.
Okay. Okay, thank you, Prof. Adele, for the insightful feedback. And then I would like to invite Mr. Dessa to give the next insight and feedback.
Thank you very much. So, as explained, application English often requires not only vocabulary recognition, but also precise pronunciation and communication, sometimes under pressure. According to you, how could the Scrabble game be modified to support this additional application communication skill, especially for the interpretation, for example?
Oh yeah, okay, I will how is it? Underline the words and omit the pressure aspect, like because the pressure aspect here that the students in my school has the same problems that they don't really like English actually. So I have to pull their interest first to using Scrabble. I don't know whether the previous teacher, since I was new here, so I intended to do so, to use Scrabble game for the interactive one, and then for the interpretation here that they have to know first for some basic verbs actually, not actually, but they have to like at least that they know what kind of the words, they know the kind of noun, adjective, and else, etc. So that they are able to know the meaning first, and then they can interpret it after they already read and they already know the meaning. I will guide them also to so that they can use it properly in the in the correct form, in the correct context for the interpretation in the aviation world.
Okay, thank you very much. That's from me.
Okay, thank you to our reviewers for the valuable and constructive feedback, and also to the participants for your presentations. All right, we will now move on to the next participants. We invite Miss Isnaini Kurnia Falavia from University of Negeri Surabaya. Yes. Hello, Miss. Are you ready to give the presentations?
I want to share my slide.
Okay. If you're ready, you have 7 minutes for presentations and 5 minutes for feedback from our reviewers.
Okay, thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Kurnia. I'm from State University of Surabaya. And today I want to present my article. The title is Implementation of the Rodokorpo Learning Models, Rodoku Cooperative Project Learning to Enhance Speaking Skill in Japanese Language Hanasikata Interaction at the University Level. This is the overview about my presentation today. And then the first one is the introduction. The current situation in a Japanese language instruction at the university level indicate that the most students still struggle to master speaking skill, or in a Japanese we call hanasikata. And then this study process the Rodoku learning models, Rodoku cooperative project learning, which integrate three main approach, Rodoku, cooperative learning, and project-based learning. This model is designed to enable students to actively explore the meaning of text, collaborate in a group to develop their speaking skill, and final product in the form of oral work such as video. This is the diagram that show about the integrate cooperative learning and project-based learning. The next one is the method. This study employs a qualitative descriptive method aims to providing an in-depth description of the process of implementation the Rodokropo model in a Japanese Hanasikata instruction at the university level. Using a qualitative descriptive method, the researchers sought to understand how the implementation of the Rodoko Pro Learning model can improve students' speaking skill, including pronunciation, emotional expression, and reading comprehension. The next one is about the data analysis. This is the result about the the student who has increased their skill in the Hanasikata. The next is a comparison or understanding the context. Comprehension skill refer to the ability to understand the content, meaning, and message of the text being read. In a reading, understanding the text is the cornerstone before a reader can express it accurately. Without understanding the context of the text, the reading will fall flat and fail to move the listener. And then the next one is about the understanding pronunciation. Proficiency in Hatsuon during Rodoku is related to the accuracy of Japanese sound, ensuring that the resulting speech sound natural, clear, and conform to the phonetic rule of the Japanese language. In Rodoku activities, correct pronunciation is essential for conveying the text meaning accurately to the listener. And then the next one is understanding intonation. The ability to understand intonation in a reading involve the rise and fall of pitch when the reading a text aloud. Intonation serve to express emotion, highlight sentence structure, and help listener grasp the meaning more deeply. And then the next is about understanding expressing emotion. Performance in kanjo hyogen refer to the reader ability to convey the feeling and emotional content in a text through voice and facial expression. And in Rodoku, the reader does not merely read the words, but also bring to life the content of the text so that the listener can sense the atmosphere intended by the author. The next one is about the expressions and creativity. Performance in understanding Hyōgen Ryoku refer to the reading ability to convey the text content in a vivid, creative, and emotionally engineering manner. The next one is about the production. This is the process of creating the Rodoku text. The Rodoku works created and performed by the student demonstrate and blend of the Japanese language proficiency, emotional expression, and artistic creativity. This is the uniqueness about this approach. Its main uniqueness lies in the way students not only read the text, but also bring the story to life through voice, emotion, and personal interpretation, making the text performative and communicative. And then the conclusion from my paper, the first one is the implementation of Rodokropo learning model in a Japanese conversation interaction has proven effective in improving students' speaking skill, expressive ability, and creativity. Through the process of creating and performing Rodoku, students not only practice pronunciation and intonation, but also learn to convey emotional in a profound and communicative way. Overall, Rodoku serves not only as a medium for speaking practice, but also a pedagogical tool that integrate Japanese language, art, and culture. Through the Rodokropo approach, students are able to develop into the active learner and creative communicationer who can express meaning with deep empathy and linguistic beauty. I think this is the end of my presentation. Thank you for your time and your attention.
Okay, thank you for the very interesting presentations. Next, we would like for the reviewer to provide insightful feedback. We invite Mr. Dase to give the insight and feedback. For Mr. Dase, the time is yours.
Thank you very much. So the Rodocopro model combines this cooperative learning. Uh, according to you, which component contribute to the most improving students' speaking confidence and expressive ability in terms of Japanese language?
Thank you for the question. Use this approach. The student can improve their skill, especially in the to understanding the meaning of the story. In the general, student was only read and then they don't understand how is the meaning of this text or the story. But using this approach, they can discuss with the student and then find the deeply meaning about the culture, communication from the story. I think it's can improve and then the best method to make Hanasikata or storytelling in this article.
Since the performance also were uploaded also to the YouTube, did you observe any difference in students' motivation or anxiety or performance when speaking for public online audience compared to regular classroom presentation?
Mm. Okay, when I asked my student to posting in the YouTube or social media, they have a very interesting and motivate. And in a regular class, they are so passive. So I think this is a good method to improve their skill.
Thank you very much. That's all.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Dase, for your feedbacks. And then I would like to invite Prof. Adele to give the next insights and feedbacks.
Yeah, thank you, Mbak. Okay, so I will continue one question for you. How did you evaluate a student spontaneous communication skill rather than memorization and performance ability alone?
About the evaluation, I make the two class like post-test and pre-test. Post-test in the class that in the regular class there are so flat and uh, not increased. But when I use this approach, the ability is better than before. I think like this. I'm sorry.
Okay, so may I give you a suggestion? I think for future studies, yeah, should include a standardized speaking rubric and control groups. Yes, to strengthen the validity of the reported improvement in speaking competence. I think that's all for me, and good luck for you. Thank you very much, back to moderator.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you to our reviewers for the valuable and constructive feedback, and also to the participants for the beautiful presentations. All right, we will now move on to the last participants. We invite Miss Mainita Istantiani to give the presentations. For Miss Meita, are you ready to give the presentations?
Okay, I'm already.
Okay, you have 7 minutes for presentation and 5 minutes for feedbacks and insight from our reviewers. You can start now.
Mic-nya still mute. Mic-nya belum dibuka itu. Mbak Dini mungkin yang perlu ngasih tahu.
Halo,
Iya tulis.
Miss Menita.
Dihitung.
I'm sorry, Miss. Yeah, still mute. Thank you for this opportunity. Today, I will present about my research with the title is the life lesson of the Suluk Linglung Pupuh Asmarodana. Before I explain about the result and discussion, I want to sing about one part of Suluk Linglung. Purohito sami tan pedah kang nyoto mung lakoni popo wae dateng jeung Sunan Benang kineng tenggo kuruto sapo kengingan keke sa The translation about the part of Suluk Linglung Pupu Asmarondono is about Sunan Kalijogo had been studying for quite some time, but he felt had not yet reaped any tangible benefits. It seemed he had gained nothing but suffering because Kanjeng Sunan Bonang, as a teacher, has instructed him to meditate more frequently. He had already carried out the order to watch over the Gurdo tree and was not allowed to leave the spot. The next is about the method. The study employed a qualitative descriptive method. The primary data source from Suluk Linglung, published by Pustaka Budaya, which has been transcribed into digital text in PDF format. This version was adapted from the Javanese text written in Latin script by Iman Anom, put from Surakarta, descended from Sunan Kalijaga, and subsequently translated into Indonesian, who then uploaded it to the internet. The data analysis technique in this study employs content analysis. The next is part of results and discussion. The first is life lessons in the Suluk Linglung Pupo Asmarondono, taking things slowly in the pursuit of knowledge, noble character, and overcoming worldly desires.
And the second is the relationship between the Sulok Linglong Pupuh Asmorondono and cultivating perseverance in the pursuit of knowledge can be learned for the student to fostering students who consistently pursue learning, enhancing students' spiritual practices in the pursuit of knowledge, and encouraging students to stay motivated in their studies. And the last one is conclusion. The life lessons in the Sulok Linglong Pupo Asmorondono are closely related to the development of a character dedicated to the pursuit of knowledge. This connection can be observed through the action of Sunan Kalijogo during his time as a student of Sunan Bonang. The life lessons in the Sulok Linglong Pupo Asmorondono emphasize the importance of taking one's time in the pursuit of knowledge, cultivating noble character, and eliminating worldly desires. Based on this explanation, the learning objectives of the life lessons in the Sulok Linglong Pupo Asmorondono are foster students who are persistent in their studies to enhance students' discipline in pursuing knowledge and to cultivate students who do not easily become lazy in their studies. Thank you for this opportunity. That's all about my presentation. Good afternoon and have a nice day.
Okay, thank you for the very wonderful presentations. Next, we would like for the reviewer to provide feedbacks and insight. We invite Prof. Adele to give the insight and feedback.
Yeah, thank you very much, Ibu Mainita. Yeah, so your study concludes that the teaching in Suluk Linglung Pupuh Asmara Dana can build perseverance in learning. Yeah, but how did you verify that this value actually influenced student behavior rather than remaining only philosophical interpretation?
Thank you for the question. The Suluk Linglong is one of the oldest works of Suluk literature, part of Javanese manuscript. Like that, the Suluk Linglong is Javanese literacy work, and the content of the Suluk Linglong consists of noble teachings regarding the concept of divinity, described as Sunan Kalijogo's spiritual journey. From that we can learn that the character from Sunan Kalijogo can be learned to the student in the digital era like now. Suluk Linglong details Sunan Kalijogo's spiritual practices as he studied under Sunan Bonang. Sunan Kalijogo received life lessons, including taking things slowly in the pursuit of knowledge, noble character, and overcoming worldly desires. Thank you.
Yeah, okay, so I have a suggestion for you to increase contemporary relevance, yeah, and the future research is recommended to explore how these philosophical teachings can be integrated into modern educational and digital learning context. I think that's all from me. Thank you very much, and good luck for you. Back to moderator. Bye-bye.
Okay, thank you, Miss Adele.
Thank you, Prof. Adele, for your very insightful feedback. And I would like to invite Mr. Lesse to give the next feedback. Next.
Yes, thank you very much for the great presentation and also the song. Yeah, it's Pupuh Asmara Dana. It's very good. Yeah, part of the Pupuh Asmara. Thank you for singing the Pupuh. And I would like to I would like to just uh, ask the justification, and the study actually emphasized the perseverance and spiritual discipline, yeah, of Sunan Kalijaga in seeking knowledge. What do you think? How can the teaching of Suluk Linglung Pupu Asparandana be practically implemented in modern educational setting, where the students perhaps face distraction from digital technology and social media, or even the mobile phone, for example? How that Pupu can still be implemented? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Dese. Actually, Suluk Linggau Pupu Asmorondono have a relationship between cultivating perseverance in the pursuit of knowledge in the digital era, like now, because the Suluk Linggau contains many life stories that can be delivered to the student by making make a content in Instagram, TikTok, or short video, like that. The story of Sunan Kalijaga struggles until he was appointed as Waliullah. So, in from the explanation, the student can improve their knowledge to fostering student consistently pursue learning. There is immense potential in learning from the stories in Suluk Linglung, especially in the Asmorondono section. They offer numerous lessons that can serve as a guide for life in this world. So the teacher or content creator or educator can deliver many values from Suluk Linglung by make a content or short video or post in Instagram or social media, like that, Mister.
Thank you very much. That's all.
Okay. Okay, thank you so much for our review for the reviewer for the feedbacks and insight. And then thank you so much for Miss Mainta for your beautiful presentations. Okay. All right. For that last presentation from Miss Mehta, that concludes today's presentation sessions. Thank you to all participants for your participation and outstanding presentations, and also to our reviewers for the valuable insights and constructive feedback. We hope the feedback shared today will be beneficial for the future development of your research. As the moderator, I would like to sincerely apologize for any mistakes during the sessions. Thank you for attention and participations. Thank you so much for Mr. Das and Prof. Adel for your time. Good afternoon and see you again to the next IYSA event.
Ya, thank you very much, Mbak. Thank you, Pak Dase. Jumpa
Thank
lagi.
you. Thank you so
Thank you. Thank
much.
you.
Ya,
So,
Assalamualaikum.